gentlemen, we're going to get started here in the goat ring. We're going to start by having our national anthem sang by Cody Winkler.
There we go. You say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, and whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much, Mr. Winkler. We're going to get started on our 2026 Guadalupe County Goat Show. Here momentarily, Class 1 breeding does is lining up.
Mic check, mic check. Dalaman na ba anywhere?
We're going to take a moment and recognize our judge. Jessup Yeaman was raised in the ranching community of Rock Springs, Texas, where his passion for livestock and agriculture began. He earned a bachelor's degree in animal science with a minor in business administration from Texas A&M University, where he was a member of the highly successful 2007 livestock judging team. Jess later earned his master's degree in animal science from Angelo State University. Jess has judged market goat and lambs at some of the nation's premier livestock shows, including the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, San Antonio Livestock Exposition, Kansas State Fair of Texas, Iowa State Fair, Kentucky State Fair, and the Dixie National, among many others. Jess is employed by Texas Farm Credit and lives near Uvalde, Texas, where he and his family also raise commercial cattle and fine wool club lambs. Please help us welcome our judge today, Jess Yeaman. Coming into the ring is Class 1 of our kid does. We did weigh these does to split them. These does weigh 69 to 94 pounds, and there will be 8 entries in this class.
Well, a very high quality set of doe kids to start the day. A really nice class with some depth, some good to them in terms of their general build and design. I think we've got quality quite a ways down into this particular set. Good set of females, and there's some differences obviously from the outside in terms of types and kinds. And I don't know that there's the one that puts it all together necessarily for me today, but there's certainly some really good things to be said about a lot of the females in this particular set. I do think the young lady's goat that sorts up for me has some big advantages in terms of center body and mass. She's really big and bold in her ribs. She's got some maternal sweep to her flank. She's really stout and powerful when you get around behind her, and I think she has a big advantage when you get your hands on her, just in terms of the amount of shape and muscle that she has down her top. In terms of feet and legs, she's acceptable in the way she gets around the ring. She's not the loosest skeleton one that I've seen. I'd like her to be a little more flexible if ideal, but she's adequate from that aspect. And she's not as feminine as the doe that sits right behind her in terms of her neck and her front 1/3. But I still think that her advantages in terms of center body and just three-dimensional width and power provide the push needed to get her to that first place hole. I think the young lady's goat that comes in that second position is one that's a little more my style in terms of look and build from the outside. She's relatively athletic in her type and kind. She's relatively stout down her top. She's relatively powerful in terms of her forearm and her build. She's nowhere near as stout as the young lady's goat that's right ahead of her, but this one combines a little more look and attractiveness, especially as you read her up through her front 1/3. I think she's better from that area. I would say if this one had just a little more to her in terms of hip shape, in terms of power and center body mass, then she could probably move up and take the class. Just not quite there today in terms of center body, in terms of mass, and certainly one that's a little smaller, a little plainer in terms of shape, especially when you get off to the 3/4 view. But again, like her for her build, her balance, and her design. A young lady's goat that comes third poses some interesting things because she's easily the longest sided doe we have in class. I like the levelness she has out of her hip. I like this one fairly well in terms of her feet and legs as she gets around the ring. I think maybe perhaps her length of body almost hurts her a little bit because she wants to get a little easier in her top than is ideal. And as you get around behind this one or to the 3/4 view, that's where my issues lie with this one. I'd like to expand her in her rib shape. I'd like to make her bigger in her pin set, make her bigger in her upper hip, just give her a little extra shot of power in center body and maternal function in order for her to sort up in this particular class. Young lady's goat that comes fourth, I think, is easily the skinniest or the greenest of the top 5. I think that this one, though, is one the young lady's doing a super good job getting shown. I think this one handles with some expression and some pop. At the same time, she doesn't have near the volume of muscle. She's got lots of hair on her, but beyond that, I think this one's a little skinny. She's not as ready to go. She doesn't have as much shape to her. Set this one in motion while she handles her feet and legs well enough. I don't know that she's got enough structural advantages to sort up over some of those that are just a little bigger top, a little bigger ended, have a little more mass and meat to them. From there, we work our way down the class. I think the young man's light-headed doe that comes fifth is one that's fairly safe in terms of structure, pretty feminine up there, her front 1/3, but again, just needs to be expanded in her center body, needs to be a bit stouter as you get around behind her as compared to the more powerful options that are above her. Young lady in the pink shirt there, I think that one, to me, wants to break a little bit right behind her shoulders, wants to be a little rounder out of her hip. I'd like to level that one up, make her a bit smoother in terms of her build and design, and then again, expand her in her center rib and in her pin set to make her stouter. The young lady's goat that's next, I think this one certainly has some elevation up there, front 1/3. I think she's pretty long and level down her top. I think my issues with that one lie as I get around behind her. She's just a little too flat in terms of her outer leg. She's a little too plain in terms of her rib shape. I need to make that one a bit stouter through her center skeleton. Then the young man's goat that rounds out the class, the one with the spot top. I think that one we'd like to see better in terms of her top line. She wants to get a little easy down her top, wants to get a little rounder out of her hip, and doesn't, again, have that center body and that width that lays the foundation for more muscle up high. Real nice class. Again, lots of depth. Let's give them a hand and thank them for all their work.
Congratulations to Class 1A. Class 1B should be lining up now with 9 entries. Results from Class 1A. 8th place, Brennan Perkins, Marion FFA. 7th place, Emma Bagley, New Berlin 4-H. 6th place, Annabelle Basha, New Berlin 4-H. 5th place, Zachary Basha, New Berlin 4-H. 4th place, Ava Delgado, Clemens FFA. 3rd place, Eleanor Forsberg, Clemens 4-H. 2nd place, Colette Forsberg, Clemens 4-H. And 1st place went to Brinley Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. We appreciate our donors donating money for buckles here at our show. Our champion dough buckle was donated by the Gurman family, and our reserve champion dough buckle has been donated by Brandy Wright.
Once again, a class that has some depth and some good to it. I can tell these kids are putting a lot of work into these does and doing a nice job. I think this initial trio is pretty intriguing. I think there's some trade-offs. I think there's some differences, different things that I kind of tie to in each of them. They're all three really nice females. I do think that the young lady in the black has the one that's, at least for me, probably the most complete. I think that she's the biggest in her ribs. She's the biggest in her upper hip. She's the widest through her chest. I think she probably has a little bit of an advantage just in terms of her center body and the punch that she offers when you get around behind her. She's big-footed and heavy-boned and handles her feet and legs pretty well as she gets around the ring. I like the way that she carries her head and her neck as she gets around the ring. For one that's so stout, she's still pretty extended up to her front one-third, remains somewhat feminine through her front one-third, has some maternal sweep to her flank. Again, she puts lots of good things together. I'm not going to lie and say that that's the best hind-legged one I've ever seen, but she's adequate in terms of her structure from that aspect. And her added center and stoutness, I think, propel her to the top of the class. This young lady's light-headed doe that comes second has some really cool pieces about her. I think she's probably a little more elegant up to her front one-third. I think she's probably a little more feminine in terms of the way she blends her neck into her shoulder. I think this one's pretty long and level. I get around behind this one. She's perhaps not quite as stout in terms of her center body when compared to the doe that's right ahead of her in class. You start to question this one just a little bit in terms of her rear pastern as well. She wants to get a little weaker than is ideal for me there. So again, if we could make that one a little better in terms of her rear pastern, make that one a little bolder in terms of her center rib, I think that she moves up and takes the class. But that's a really good pair of does there. Young lady's goat that comes third is no slouch. I think this one has some really cool things. I think she may be probably the cleanest up there, front one-third. And again, this young lady does a really good job of showing them. This one's real clean and good up there, front one-third. She's pretty firm down her top in terms of handle. She doesn't have near the volume the two goats that are right ahead of her over her loin edge. You get around behind that one, I think that's why she goes third. This one wants to track pretty narrow off of her back too. We'd like to see that one wider at the surface when we get around behind her. You do that, and I think that one has the potential to move on up in class. Still a really nice doe that's got lots of quality to her. Young lady's goat that comes fourth, I think a really big topped one. This might be the biggest top goat we have in class. Love the shape that one has over her loin edge. Love the power that one has behind her blade. From there, I think this is one that probably needs to be changed up just a little bit in terms of the way she's made. She's a little frailer at the surface. She's a little plainer in terms of her design and the way her body is put together. A little rounder and more conventional at both ends of her skeleton when we ask her to go. But again, still a true powerhouse. And if that's what you need in your herd or your flock, then you can certainly go there. Young lady's goat that comes fifth, I think one that's ultra level, pretty extended up there, front one-third. This one just gets a little outpowered by the stouter, bigger body, bigger centered does that are right ahead of her in class. But again, you like this one for her levelness. You like her for her quality look from the outside. The young lady in the pink has one that I think has some good things about her just in terms of center body and base width. This one's no slouch when it comes to just mass and muscle. Ideally, this one would be stronger in her top line. She wants to get really easy behind her shoulders and get really too soft in terms of her top line. We'd like to level that up. We'd like to make her better there behind her shoulder, and she'd move on up in class. Young lady's goat that comes next, I think one that for me probably needs to be expanded in her pin set and just made a little wider as you get around behind her to match the fairly wide front end that she has. This one's just a little less proportional than others that we have. And then I get my hands on her, and for as stout and as big as she is in terms of her appearance, she doesn't have as much shape and muscle down her top. The two goats that round out the class, I think, are fairly similar in type and kind. I think compared to some of the goats ahead of them, these just need to be a little bigger. They need to be a little higher performing. They need to be a little stouter in terms of their rear leg. They need to be a little bolder in terms of their rib, lay the foundation for more meat animal shape up high. Again, really nice set of does. The kids are doing a good job. Y'all give them a hand, please.
Congratulations to Class 2 of the Kid Doe Division. Results from this class are 9th place goes to Bella Sanderson from Navarro FFA. 8th place goes to Baylin Sanderson from Navarro FFA. 7th place goes to Lily Lunday from Kingsbury 4-H. 6th place goes to Faith Forsberg from Clemens 4-H. 5th place is Lily Lunday from Kingsbury 4-H. Fourth place is Maisie Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. Third place goes to Ava Delgado from Clemens FFA. Second place is Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. And our class winner is also Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. Coming back into the show ring will be our first and second place kiddos from Class 1 and Class 2 of the kiddos. First place out of Class 1 is Brinley Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. First place from the second class of kiddos is Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. Showing our second place animal out of the first class is Colette Forsberg from Clemens 4-H. And our second place animal out of the second class of kiddos is Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. We'll now judge for a champion and a reserve champion of our kiddos, and then we will proceed into our junior and our senior does.
Well, as we bring these four class winners and seconds out for the division champion positions, I think that all four have merit. All four are pretty nice goats. I think the young lady's lightweight, one of the biggest topped ones we have out here, despite her smaller size. That one's really, really bold in her rib. Very, very good in terms of the way she handles. Lots of power and mass to that one. As I talked that one in class, maybe like to make her a bit better in terms of her build and design. Maybe like to make that one a bit more feminine and flexible. Maybe a little leveler out of her hip. All that said, that one is awfully big backed. Has lots of center to her. Has lots of good to her in terms of just the mass that she comes to the table with, while still being acceptable in terms of her front 1/3 and her feet and legs. Young lady's goat, though, was second. I think that one's just a little more flexible, a little more feminine, a little more attractive from the outside, but not near as massive, not near as stout. You'd like to see that one maybe a bit bigger ended. We'd like to see that one bigger and stouter in terms of her rib to come in and win that particular class. Then in the heavyweight class, I thought that was a real good pair of does. The young lady's goat that comes in and wins probably has some advantages in terms of center body and rib shape. Love her through her chest in terms of the width that she has. Love her in terms of her lower rib shape and the power that she has on the upper portion of her skeleton. Lots of mass, lots of volume to go along with a pretty attractive look. That one's fairly good in terms of combining some traits that I'm looking for in terms of build and balance and eye appeal, but at the same time being really cracked open underneath and providing a lot of functional stoutness. And I think that one puts a lot of good things together. Young lady's goat that was second behind that one is discussed, has some really freaky pieces in terms of her front 1/3. I think she's really hard muscled. You get around behind that one or study her from the 3/4 view, that one's probably a little bit deceptively flat in her rib. We'd like to expand her in her rib shape a bit. We'd like to make her better in terms of her pastern off her rear legs as well, but that's still a super high quality doe that really brings some cool things to the table. For me, especially on the doe end, as I look at these, I try to put myself in a breeder's perspective, and if I happen to raise goats, which two would I want in my set? And that's how I'll be selecting these today. Great job to all the kids. I thought this was a nice doe show despite being relatively small in numbers, and I can tell these kids are really putting in the work. Y'all give them a hand, and I'll pick you some winners.
The champion kid doe is going to Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. And the reserve champion Kid Doe goes to Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. Now in the ring is our single entry for the Junior Doe class.
Well, I know some of y'all are probably thinking, finally a class this guy can get right. I will say, despite being a single entry, that doesn't diminish the quality of this doe. That's a high quality female. She's got lots of good pieces to her. She's big footed. She's heavy boned. She's not the hairiest thing in the world, and I don't care at all about the hair deal. That really doesn't matter one iota to me. But she's big footed. She's stout in terms of her bone work. She's big in terms of her center. This one is shockingly big backed. I mean, she is really big over her loin. She's really powerful right behind her shoulder. She's still pretty attractive up through her front 1/3, and she's still pretty flexible as she gets around the ring. Again, just a single entry, but that's a high quality single entry. Good job.
So your single entry and your class winner from the Junior Doe division is Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. Next in the ring is going to be our single entry for the Senior Doe division.
Another single entry here. I think this Sage Doe is one that has some good to her as well. Certainly one that's pretty wide through her chest. Another one that's really big at the surface in terms of her bone work. I get around on top of this one. Probably to me, one that I'd like to see a bit stouter in terms of her pin work, pin set rather. I'd like to see that one a bit bigger in terms of her center rib. Maybe a little stronger right behind her shoulder, but she's very functional in terms of feet and legs. She's still pretty attractive up through her front 1/3. Has some good to her for sure in terms of her general build and balance. Good job to this young lady with her single entry.
Congratulations to our single entry and class winner of the Senior Doe division, McKenna Kelm. Now entering the ring to judge for overall breeding doe champion is from the Kid Doe division is Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. The Junior Doe entering the ring is also exhibited by Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. And the Senior Doe is McKenna Kelm from Navarro 4-H. Our reserve champion, Kid Doe, is also entered by Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. Like to take a minute again and recognize our buckle donors for our champion doe. Our buckle has been donated by the Gurman family. If there's a representative that would like to be here for the presentation, please come to the announcer stand. And our reserve champion doe buckle was donated by Brandy Wright.
Well, once again, we have representatives from the age divisions out here that are very nice, very good. I think there's lots of quality out here in general when it comes to these females. I think the young ladies that had the two doe kids have two really neat ones that kind of compare and contrast in terms of type and kind. Young lady that has the two doe, I think one that's really, really massive backed and really good in terms of her rib. And then the young lady's age doe, I think one that's really functional in terms of her general design. Maybe not quite as ready to go, maybe not quite as much power and center to that one. So lots of good out here. I think there's a couple that are my personal preferences just in terms of the things that they bring to the table and the breeding pieces that they bring. I'll shake the hands of the kiddos holding those in champion and reserve order, but good job to all the kids that showed a doe today. Y'all give them a hand.
Our champion breeding goat was exhibited by Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. And our reserve champion doe was also exhibited by Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. Presenting our buckles to the champion doe is Commissioner Stephen Gurman and the Gurman family. And our reserve champion doe was donated, buckle was donated by Brandy Wright. We will now start our market goat show. Starting with class 1, or 9 entries, will be placing 7 with a weight break from 64 pounds to 71 pounds. There's a wallet that's been found in the parking lot. It was turned into the office. If you have lost your wallet, please check in the office. Our show is broken into 3 weight divisions. So at the conclusion of 3 classes, we will have a champion and reserve champion of that weight division. At the conclusion of the entire show, the weather show, we will then have showmanship. We will show juniors, which are 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. Then we will show intermediate, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And then seniors will show, which is 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. If you have any questions about that, we're happy to answer them. Showmanship will be at the conclusion of the weather show. Please keep your show goats from the open door over here on the wall to the backdrop. Please don't bring them up behind the stands. All placing animals that will sell on Saturday will need a photo at the backdrop for your buyer. If there is any chance you're going to sell your goat, please take a backdrop photo before you leave today.
Really a good class. Lots and lots of depth to this particular class. You know, I get to judge a lot of shows, and it's pretty rare to see a lightweight class that has this much good in it. You know, typically the lightweights are always the ultra skinny, really raw, just not ready goats, and that's not the case in here. There's a bunch of goats in here that have a lot of muscle. There's a bunch of goats in here that have a lot of quality. This is a challenging one to sort, and I guarantee you get 5 different guys to sort it, and you're going to have 5 different placings because just depending on where you want to place your emphasis, you do this way differently. I will say the young lady in the black has the one that is the best by some margin for me in terms of his skeleton. That one's really good up through his front end. He's really flexible in terms of his feet and legs. He's really level out of his hip, handles his hind leg very well. He's got some freshness. He's got some expression. He is not the heaviest muscled one, but he's the one that's the best made in terms of his build and his design, and I think that one's got the most future. The young man's goat that comes second, I think this one is the most creased up. He's the most ready to go in terms of his back shape. Really big and bold there behind his shoulder when he gets him stuck. He's big in terms of his loin, and he probably has the advantage in terms of depth of twist and width when you get around behind him. Like those things a bunch. I'd really like this guy more, though, if he was better in terms of his front shoulder and if he was better right there behind his blade. We set that one in motion, and he wants to come apart in terms of his skeleton. So if we could combine some things about these top 3 goats, we'd have the one that I'm really looking for. Young man's goat that comes third is by far my favorite when you get off to the side of him. I think this one's really well balanced. I think this young man does a really good job getting him stuck. He's got a surprisingly big top for as green and skinny as he is. You get around behind this one, and that's where I have issues with this guy. He needs to be significantly wider in his pin set. He needs to be bolder and stouter in terms of his rear leg. I'm afraid that this guy is just not going to have enough as he reaches a heavier weight. He just doesn't have that pin width. He doesn't have that stoutness in terms of his rear leg. But, man, he's got the look from the side. Certainly he's got a lot of touch down his top. So, again, lots of differences between these 3 goats, and depending on where you want to place your emphasis, you jumble that up, and that's totally okay. Young lady's goat that comes fourth, I think this one's really high quality. I think that this guy gives up a ton of shape, though, compared to those ahead of him in class. He's just simply not as ready when you get your hands on him. But he's really good in terms of his lines. He's good in terms of his feet and legs. He just needs more shape and product down his top. Needs to be a little further along in his feeding phase in order to sort up. Young man's goat that comes fifth, I think one that's really, really powerful. Maybe one of the bigger-ended goats we have in class. We'd like to correct this one in terms of his top line a little bit. I'd really like to fix him in terms of his front legs. He wants to buck over at his knee really bad, and that's one thing that I'm pretty critical of, especially on goats. I see too many of them like that. Need to correct that one in terms of his front-end structure. Young lady's white goat that comes next, another kind of skinnier one that's just not as smooth down his top, doesn't have as much shape. Lacking a little bit in terms of his rear leg. Young lady in the blue suit here, I think that this one is fairly fresh and expressive, but one that for me needs to be deeper in his flank and needs to be better in terms of the way he carries his skeleton when he goes in motion. Young lady in the green has a long level one that I think has some good to him in terms of his look and his design, but one that we need to make a little better in terms of his center body and his rib. We need to see this one handle with more shape and expression when we get into a class with so much muscle. Then the young man's goat that rounds out the class, one that's high cut ability, but a little too green today. We just need to see that one stouter. We need to see that one with more muscle. Again, really good class. There's several goats in here that I certainly consider to win the class. This is how we end up. Really good job to these kiddos. Let's give them a hand.
Results from Class 1. 7th place goes to Adeline Scarmozy. 6th place, Adeline's from Navarro 4-H. 6th place is Tinley Grumbles from Navarro FFA. 5th place is Thomas Tebow from Lifegate 4-H. 4th place is Chloe Atzker from Marion FFA. 3rd place is August Ingelke from Navarro 4-H. 2nd place is Luke Prohaska from New Berlin 4-H. And 1st place is Hadley Prohaska from New Berlin 4-H. Next in the ring is Class 2. Weight breaks from 72 to 80 pounds. We have 11 entries, and we'll be selling 8. Again, if you have any inclination that you will be selling your goat, please take a backdrop photo with your goat before you leave today. If you have friends or family that are at home and would like to watch the show, it is being live streamed at jeffrieslivestockmarketing.com. They can watch the show live all week so they can stay up to date on what's going on here on the grounds.
Oh, different class, but a similar story. I think lots of good in here. And again, depending on where you want to place your emphasis, you probably sort these a little different. I do think the young lady in the pink has the goat that combines some things that I'm looking for, both in terms of stoutness and center body width, and then design in terms of the way he gets around the ring and the way he carries his head and neck. I think that one's got the advantage out here by a significant margin. When you get around behind them, he's by a good bit the deepest twisted. He's by a good bit the most powerful in terms of the outside portion of his stifle. You get your hands on him, he's got plenty of shape. He's really good in terms of his freshness and crispness. Maybe not the absolute biggest rack one, but one of the bigger rack goats we have in class. And then he, again, takes care of business in terms of his build and his design when we set him in motion, and then has that big advantage when you get around behind him. Young lady's goat that comes second. This is the one that I like the most from the side by some margin. I think that he's the best in the way he ties his neck into his shoulder. He's the best in his top line. You get your hands on him. He's got lots of freshness. I think he's given up a significant amount of volume of muscle compared to our class winner. We'd like to see that one a bit stouter. When you get around behind him, we'd like to see him a bit rounder and bigger in terms of his rib shape. But again, love his levelness of lines. I like how complete he is in terms of his look from the outside. Just got to make him a bit punchier, a bit stouter as you get around behind him. Young lady's goat that comes third, maybe the biggest racked one we have in class. Really like the expression of muscle he has there behind his shoulder. From there back, one that's a little rounder off his loin edges, one that's a little plainer in terms of his outer leg. You set that one in motion, and that one actually just comes apart in his body just a little bit. I'd like to see that one hold his top line together. I'd like to see him a little more flexible as he goes as compared to the two that are right ahead of him. Still a really nice one. Young man's goat that comes fourth, I think one that hits me as hard as any in terms of back shape and muscle in terms of his rear leg when he's stuck. Young man does a real good job getting him driven. Like the way that one touches. Set him in motion, and he's another one that looks a little off to me today. We'd like to make him more proportional. We'd like to make him a bit better in the way he carries his spine and his body as he gets around the ring. That's being really hard on a really nice goat. A young lady's goat that comes fifth. I think this one is really good from the side. I like him an awful lot. Young lady does a real good job getting that one shown. Like him a bunch when he's off to the profile of me. You get your hands on this one, it becomes more and more apparent that he's just not as ready as those that beat him in class today. I think that one has a pretty bright future. He's pretty sound in terms of his feet and legs. He's pretty good in terms of his design. He's just really raw and skinny as compared to a few that are just a little more at 12 o'clock. But you feed that one just a little longer, he'll be really hard to get around. Young lady's paint hip goat that comes next is one that's starting to get a little plainer in terms of his touch, a little more raw. He doesn't have the back shape that we saw in those above him in this particular class. As we work our way down, we start running into that young man in the vest here. I think this one's really long and level made. Probably one that needs to be a bit stouter in terms of feature at the surface. You get your hands on this one, significantly plainer in terms of rack shape and loin shape compared to those above him in class. Young lady in the turquoise has a big muscled one that wants to get really steep out of his hip and wants to break behind his shoulder. I'd like to correct him from a structural aspect. And then the young lady in the striped shirt here, I think, again, one that I'd like to see bigger and bolder in terms of his rack shape. I'd like to see that one better in terms of his proportionality and balance, especially when we set him in motion. The young man in the red has one that to me is fairly long and extended in terms of his type and kind, one that for me needs to be expanded in his rib shape. That would allow more muscle on the top side of his skeleton. And the young lady's goat that rounds out the class, one that's a little too steep out of his hip, a little too flat in his rib. And again, if we could expand that rib shape, make him a bit stouter through his center, that'd lay the foundation for more muscle on the top side of that one. Good class again. Again, lots of depth, especially for a lightweight division type class. These kids are doing a really good job. Y'all give them a hand as they leave.
Results from Class 2 in our lightweight division. 8th place goes to Ava Delgado from Clemens FFA. 7th place goes to Blake Rosshuber from Navarro FFA. 6th place goes to Brooke Stevens from Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Stacen Taylor from Steel FFA. 4th place goes to Caden Atsker from Marion FFA. 3rd place, Caden Atsker from Marion FFA. 2nd place is Hadley Prohaska from New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Emma Hartman from Navarro FFA. Our next class coming in is our last class in our lightweight division. There's 10 entries. We'll be placing 8 with a weight break from 81 to 85 pounds. If you place with a goat and plan on selling it on Saturday, please take a picture at the backdrop so you'll have a photo for your buyer. Also, if you plan on selling your goat, please bring your white sale card to the announcer stand. If you know you're selling a goat, please bring your sale card.
Once again, a super good class. I'll tell you guys, we have the exhaust fans on now. Last year, I left here so cold that I tried to put on weight all year in preparation for today because I was so cold last year. And then today, it's just absolutely beautiful. So we'll sure take that. This is a really, really good set of three. I think that these three are all just high-quality show stock. There's things I like a ton about all of them. I'll tell you, the young man's paint goat that comes in and wins has some big-time pieces for sure. I think that this guy is massive in his upper hip. He's really big in his outer stifle, really good in terms of his center rib and his body. I think this guy's got a big advantage when you get your hands on him, too. He's really right and correct in terms of the way he touches today. He's massive over his rack. He's massive over his loin, and he carries that same amount of expression and muscle out the top side of his hip and down into his leg. And while we use all those muscle terms on him, I still think that one's good in terms of his feet and legs. He's still up-fronted and attractive. I'm not going to lie to you and say he's the best built, best looking one from the side, but he's certainly really good from the side. And I think that this guy's turn to his center and his mass in his rear leg, I propel him to the top of this particular class. If we could change that one some, I would maybe make him a bit better in terms of his head and his neck. Maybe make him a bit better in terms of his front 1/3, especially when he goes. But that is a real high-quality one that has the mass and the muscle to back it up, and it really handles at 12 o'clock today. Young Lady's Goat that comes second corrects our class winner, and then he's longer, more extended, more correct up to his front 1/3. He's a little smoother at the point of his shoulder. This is another one that I like a lot when we set him in motion. Just in terms of center, he's not near as big in his rib. He's not near as big down his back. That's not to say that this guy doesn't handle good. He's got a pretty good-sized rack on him. He's got a pretty good-sized loin. You get around behind him, he's certainly got some punch and some mass to him. Like this guy a lot through his chest. Like him a lot through his front 1/3. I think he's better significantly in terms of that area as compared to our class winner. We just need to see that guy with a little more mass and muscle to go along with that real pretty look. Young Lady's Goat that comes third. I think that this is about as pretty as you can paint one from the side, and she does a heck of a job getting him shown. Really like this one's tucked up chest. I really like his design and his balance from the outside when she gets her leg in him. I come in and I get my hands on this one. He's by far the greenest of the top three. I'd really like this one to be better over his loin edge. I'd like him to have a little more shape in terms of his outer leg. As we watch him track off their back too, he's by some margin the narrowest when you get around behind him. Now, all that said, I still think that one has a really, really bright future ahead of him. It's super hard to make one that looks that cool. So again, three really good goats. They're probably honestly just at different places in terms of readiness and handle today. I think that those three all have a really good future ahead of them. All three really nice goats. Young Lady's Goat that comes fourth, I think this one's got a big back. From there, he's probably a little chunkier than is ideal for me. I'd like to trim that one up just a bit, especially through his lower body. I'd like to make him a bit more athletic in terms of his build and his type and his kind as compared to three real high-quality ones above him in class. Young Lady's light-headed goat that comes next, one that I like quite a bit when she's on the drive. Set that one in motion. He wants to come apart just a little bit, get my hands on him. He's not near as ready to go as those above him in class in terms of his handle. Young Lady in the black sweater has one that's really, really green and skinny today, but is built pretty well. Like him, how tucked up he is through his chest, like how wide he is off his back too. But he looks skinny, he doesn't look ready, and he handles the same way. He just doesn't have enough muscle and shape down his top. Young Lady's predominantly white goat that comes next is one that wants to fade out of his lower leg, but is real pretty from the side. Then the Young Lady's Goat that comes next is one that's big-footed and heavy bone, a little too plain down his top, doesn't have that shape and pop and expression of muscle that we saw in those that precede him in class. Young Man's Goat that comes next is one that, for me, gets too flat about his rib and too flat in his outer leg. We'd like to give that one more shape and muscle right there behind his shoulder especially. And the same can be said for the Young Lady's Goat that rounds out the class. That one doesn't have enough rack shape for me in this particular set. Need to see that one bolder in his rib shape and just stouter through his center. That'd lay the foundation for more muscle and product up high. Real good class. Again, really high quality top three. Let's give them a big hand.
Congratulations to Class 3. Our results from Class 3. 8th place is Emma Bagley from New Berlin 4-H. 7th place is Stacey Taylor from Steel FFA. 6th place, Brooke Clements from McQueenie 4-H. 5th place goes to Reese Isham from Navarro FFA. 4th place goes to Brinley Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. Third place goes to Macy Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. Second place is Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. And our class winner is August Engelke from Navarro 4-H. Coming back in the show ring in competition for our lightweight division champion and reserve champion, our class winner from class 1, Hadley Prohaska from New Berlin 4-H. Class 2, Emma Hartman from Navarro FFA. And class 3, August Engelke from Navarro 4-H. Our second place goats are also in the ring from class 1, Luke Prohaska, New Berlin 4-H. Class 2, Hadley Prohaska, New Berlin 4-H. And class 3, Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H.
Well, as we bring our class representatives out here in your lightweight division, I think we've got 6 really nice goats, and we've seen a ton of really good goats, especially for a lightweight division. Lots of depth to these classes. These kids ought to be real proud of the job they've done with these projects. There in that lightweight class, I thought that was a challenging class just because I was trying to fit things together. The young ladies goat that comes in and wins there, I thought was the best by some margin in terms of his build and his design. I think that one's really good in terms of his front 1/3. He's really level down his top. He's quite expressive. Not the heaviest muscle goat we had in the class, but certainly one that's on the come and certainly one that's got some pop and some expression to go along with a really nice look. Young man's goat, though, was second behind that one. One that I love in terms of the shape and the expression he has. I think that one had the advantage in terms of rear leg and stoutness of structure. And you get around behind him, he's bigger in his pin set than our class winner. We'd like to change that one, though, in terms of his construction of his front 1/3. We'd like to make him better right there behind his shoulder. But 2 really nice goats there in that top pair that had some trade-offs. And depending on where you want to place your emphasis, you can do whatever you like. Then in the second class, I thought the goat that had the biggest end and the biggest mass and shape, especially when he got around behind him, won. At the same time, he's pretty attractive. I think he handles his feet and legs well, handles his top line well, has lots of shape, has lots of look to go along with it. Young lady's goat that was second behind that one, probably a little better in terms of his build and his look from the outside. I like that one a lot from the profile. Get around behind that one, probably like to see him a bit stouter in terms of his type and kind as compared to the bigger back, bigger ended one right ahead of him in class. Then the young man's goat that comes in and wins class 3 had some really good things about him. This is by far the biggest topped one we have out here. He's really big in terms of his rack, really big in terms of his loin, very good in his rib shape, very good in his pin set and the shape to his hip. As we discussed in class, that one's not as pretty about his head. He's not as clean through his shoulder, maybe not quite as good in his front 1/3, and the way he gets around the ring, wants to fight the young man a little bit, but he's certainly more than acceptable in terms of his construction and his build through that front end. And then he's got such an advantage in terms of hip shape. He's got such an advantage in terms of rack shape there. I thought he deserved to win the class. Young lady's goat that was second behind him kind of corrected our class winner in some places in that he's longer, more extended, smoother up through his front 1/3. Like that one an awful lot from the front view. You get off to the side of that one, he's a pretty attractive one. Get around behind him, he's not near as big and stout down his top. He's not near as powerful in his rear leg as the goat that wins. Maybe one that wants to be a little easy in terms of his rear pastern occasionally. One that probably to me just doesn't have the rack shape and the loin squareness that we saw in our class winner. But man, he's really good looking, and again, really like him too in terms of his front 1/3. So good set. I think these kids did a great job, and I appreciate everyone that showed in this lightweight division. I'll pick you some winners.
Our lightweight division champion goes to August Engelke from Navarro 4-H. And the reserve champion lightweight division goes to Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. Up next, we're going to start our medium weight division with class 4. This class has class has 11 entries. We'll be placing 8, and the weight break is from 86 pounds to 92 pounds. If you place with a goat today and plan on selling that goat on Saturday, please turn in your sale card here to the announcer stand before you leave today. Also, if there is any chance that the animal you'll be selling on Saturday is a goat, please take your photo before you leave today. As Class 4 comes into the show ring, we'd like to take a moment and recognize our buckle sponsors. For our champion goat today, our buckle sponsor is Teddy and Galen Oslowski and Ernest and Kathy Hartman. Our reserve champion goat buckle was sponsored by American MFG.
Well, a young lady in the red has one that's pretty attracted to come in and win this deal. I think that guy's pretty good in terms of his feet and his legs as he gets around the ring. Real good in terms of his center body shape. He's got some power and some mass and some feature to go along with a real nice look from the outside. Certainly doesn't disappoint when I get my hands on him. He's one of the bigger loin ones we have in the class. Really right in terms of his muscle texture. Like this one a lot when I get around behind him and view him from the top side and then get off to the side of him. He's one that balances up really good. I think that one just reads with a ton of quality, especially when you set him in motion. Young Man's Gotha comes second. I mean, muscle. Love the way this one touches. He is massive ended. He's really massive in terms of his loin. Maybe a little stronger right behind his shoulder, honestly, than our class winner. But this guy, in terms of his build and his proportionality and his design from the outside, doesn't balance up quite as good. But, man, I absolutely love the product and the handle quality that guy has. Young Man's doing a real good job getting him shown. Gotha comes third. I think one that's ultra level and good looking when the young lady has her leg in him. Set this one in motion. Probably just not as stout as the two that are right ahead of you. You get around behind that guy. He's a little flatter in the outside portion of his leg. He's not as deep in his twist. Probably not quite as stout at the surface in terms of just base width and foot and bone. But I love him for his levelness. And then, again, when you have your leg in him, one that handles pretty good, probably just doesn't have the total volume of muscle when it comes right down to it. So some differences there. I think a good complete one to win, a really heavy muscled one that's great, big back and ended to come second, and a real pretty one that just needs a scotch more to come third. From there, the young lady's Gotha comes fourth. I think this is the greenest of the top end by some margin. He just needs a little more shape over his loin. I think he balances up pretty well from the outside. I think he's good in terms of feet and legs. I think, again, we just need to see this guy just a little stouter, a little more ready to go, maybe a little bigger in terms of his rib shape. And as compared to the one that's right ahead of him, he wants to roll out of his hip. The young lady in the pink has one that's got big muscles, but one that for me wants to get a little piecey in terms of his skeleton. He gets a little too steep for me out of his hip. He wants to break right behind his shoulder. Would like to fix him there, but I love him in terms of his handle quality. Young lady's Gotha comes next is one that, again, looks the part pretty well when she has him stuck. Set that one on the go, and I think he starts to read pretty green. He's not near as ready down his top. Doesn't have near as much shape there over his loin and his rack, and he reads that way both when he's stuck and when I touch him. Young lady's predominantly white goat that comes next is one that's got some forearm shape and some expression. Needs to have more loin, needs to have more shape and roundness to his rib to support a bigger rack. Young lady's goat that comes next is one that probably for me is just a little lighter and plainer in terms of his bone work. He gets a little off in terms of his build and his balance, and correspondingly, when I get my hands on him, he just doesn't have as much pop and expression down the top side of his skeleton. Young ladies, this next is one that, again, I'd like to just stouten up a bit in terms of his center body. This guy's got some feet, some bone under him, some foot, some bone, some stoutness from that aspect. You get your hands on him, he's a little too plain down his top. Need to see that one with more rack shape. Need to see him with more expression in his leg. The young man's dark-headed wether that's next is one of the greener goats we have in class. Pretty long, pretty extended, pretty level in terms of his design. Just needs some more shape and muscle up high. Then the young lady's paint goat that rounds out the class. I think for me, this one's got to be a bit stouter through his center body. He's a little frailer at the surface. He's a little narrower at his pin set. And correspondingly, he just doesn't have as much product on the top side. Good set. Again, these kids are doing a real nice job. Y'all give them a hand as they exit, please.
Congratulations goes to our Class 4 participants. In 8th place is Lily Lunday from Kingsbury 4-H. 7th place, Ava Delgado, Clemens FFA. 6th place, Chloe Atzker, Marion FFA. 5th place, Emma Hartman, Navarro FFA. 4th place, Reese Isham, Navarro FFA. 3rd place, Scarlett Brinsley, Navarro FFA. 2nd place, Taus Thomas, Navarro FFA. And 1st place goes to Paisley Inglekey from Navarro 4-H. Next in the ring is Class 5. We have 9 entries. We're placing 7. Weights are 94 and 95 pounds. As a reminder, please take a picture with your goat if you plan on selling it on Saturday, even if there's even a hint of an option. Take a picture with your goat before you leave the grounds. If you know you're selling your goat, please bring your sale card up to the announcer stand as soon as you've made that decision.
Once again, a good class and just a very, very strong initial trio. I think that these all have a lot of good in them. I like all three of these a bunch. And honestly, I think that all three of these probably get that dot, further down the road if they go on and get the opportunity to show at a bigger show. I think the young lady's goat that sorts up and wins, I think that one's got some real advantages in terms of proportionality and build and balance from the outside. I think that's a good-looking guy that's certainly level and good in terms of his top line. His chest floor to flank relationship is really good. He reads with a lot of quality in terms of the way he gets around the ring, despite kind of fighting the young lady, wanting to give his head down. I think he's still good in the way he ties his neck into his shoulder. I think that's more of a goat fighting you problem rather than a structural issue. If I could change this one, I'd probably like to square him up in terms of his front legs. He's kind of wanting to get his toes pointing in different directions. I'd like to true him up in terms of those front four toes. I'd like to fix him there as compared to some of these back here. Maybe like to make him a bit rounder in his rib shape. But that guy is really good in the terms of the way he ties things together. And I'm not going to lie and say he's the absolute biggest topsman because he may not be. But he has got a big fresh rack, a big fresh loin, and he's got some advantages, especially when the young lady just holds him with the chain and doesn't drive him in terms of firmness and expression of muscle and leanness today. That's a really nice one that puts a lot of good things together. As paint goat that comes in too, man, this guy is massive in terms of his rack shape. I think he's got a big advantage in class there. Really really like this one behind his shoulder when she gets him stuck. When he's off the drive, this one's not as big and true and square in terms of his loin as the goat on either side of him, but he's also significantly higher cutability than the goat that's right behind him. This guy is really, really good in terms of his touch. Again, when she has her leg in him right behind his shoulder, very good in terms of his rib shape. I think he may be the biggest in terms of his forerib. Like how square and true he is through his chest. I like his look a lot when she gets him stuck. Set this one in motion. He wants to come apart a little bit in his skeleton as compared to the one that's right ahead of him. We'd like to make him a little smoother in his transition. We'd like to make him a little smoother in the way he gets around the ring. But that's a really nice top pair. And then the young lady's goat that comes third. I don't really think this one has many holes either. I think this guy is very fresh, very expressive. She does a really good job getting him shown, and he's rock solid when she's driven. When we just hold this one with the chain, I think he's a little softer than his counterparts ahead of him in class. He's the highest fat or the heaviest conditioned of the initial trio by some margin. But, man, he's got a big end. He's really expressive down his top. I think maybe we stop that one up at the surface. That'd make him more proportional in terms of his look from the outside. But that's a pretty minor criticism when you get up here in a quality class like that. Those three really nice ones. And in my mind, I had all three of these winning the class at different points out here. Really good top three. Those young ladies do a real good job. From there, young man's goat that comes fourth just kind of powers his way to fourth. He's the really big loin, big-ended one, but he's one that wants to break a little behind his shoulder, and he's not level enough in terms of his pin set. The young lady's goat that's next is one that is relatively long and lean, high cutability option that's fairly attractive. He's not as big in his cage. He doesn't have as much back shape as the one that's right ahead of him. The young ladies that's next is one that I think gets a little soggy. I think this one's a little too fat for me. He wants to be a little waisty through his lower third. He doesn't have as much true shape and muscle on the top side of his skeleton. The young lady in the red here has one that's a little too flat about his center body. We'd like to round him up, and in terms of his center, we'd like to give him more shape in his upper hip. The young lady in the pink here has one that's really long and extended, real high cutability, but gets a little too plain and narrow from behind. Well, he's kind of like me, tall, long, but just needs a little more stoutness, okay? He just needs to be a little more powerful when you get around behind that one. Same can be said for the young ladies goat that rounds out the class. I think that this guy's just a little too skinny, a little too raw. You get around behind him, he's a little too plain in terms of his leg shape, and correspondingly, when you get up on top of him, he doesn't have as much rack and loin as the goats that beat him in class. Another real nice class, and again, these kids are obviously putting forth a lot of effort. Y'all give them a hand.
Congratulations to Class 5. The results are 7th place, Josephine Castillo, Clemens FFA. 6th place, Allison Smith, Navarro FFA. 5th place, Emma Bagley, New Berlin 4-H. 4th place, Brenner Hester, Kingsbury 4-H. 3rd place, Brinley Bierstead, New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place, Riley Childs, Kingsbury 4-H. And your class winner is Shiloh Purdom from Navarro FFA.
Sorry, I wasn't sure what was going on there.
Our next class is Class 6. We have 7 entries, and we'll be placing 5. Weights on this class are 96 to 100 pounds.
young men's weather that starts this particular class. I think this one's got some advantages, both in terms of muscularity and then as well as terms of balance and build from the outside. That one's the goat that catches my eye in terms of his top line and his feet and legs and the way he gets around the ring. And then you come in and touch him, and he can back up some of that attractiveness about his skeleton with some mass and some muscle down his top as well. I think he combines the most good to sort into that first hole. Young lady's goat that comes in second, a big-ended one that's got a big loin, one that wants to break a little right behind his shoulders. We'd like to fix him there. He's a little more jammed up and shorter in terms of his type and kind, but he definitely has some muscle advantages in set today. The young lady's goat that comes third is the greenest of the initial trio by some margin, but I think he reads with some quality about his rib shape. Get around behind that one. Like to stouten him up in his rear leg and in his pin set as compared to his predecessors. Young lady's goat that comes fourth, I think one that's one of the leveler made ones in terms of top line. Get your hands on this one. He's also very, very skinny, though. We'd like to make him a little more ready to go in terms of his touch. Get around behind that one. He's not quite stout enough in terms of his rear leg. A young lady in the pink vest has one that's one to be a little plain and wasty in terms of his lower third. We'd like to give him more shape and muscle up high. And then the young lady with the black-headed goat that comes next, the one that wants to break right behind his shoulders, we'd like to fix him there, give him some extra punch from behind. Young lady's goat that rounds out the class has a surprising amount of shape down his top. I like that. One that we'd like to expand, though, in terms of his center body. Get around behind that one. That one gets too narrow from behind for me. I'd like to just make that one bigger and broader from the back view. Good job to these kiddos. I appreciate their work.
Congratulations to Class 6 and our final class in our medium weight division. Results from this class: fifth place, Bella Sanderson from Navarro FFA. Fourth place, Olivia Rimschill from Navarro FFA. Third place, Krista Swanson from Navarro FFA. Second place, Adeline Scarmozi from Navarro 4-H. And our class winner, Riggs Martinez from Navarro FFA. Returning to the ring to compete for our medium weight division champion from Class 4, our class winner, Paisley Engelke from Navarro 4-H. Class 5 class winner is Shiloh Purdom from Navarro FFA. And our Class 6 winner is Riggs Martinez from Navarro FFA. We will also be putting our second place animals in the ring for contention of reserve. Taos Thomas was second place in Class 4 from Navarro FFA. From Class 5, our second place animal was Riley Childs from Kingsbury 4-H. And from Class 6, second place was Adeline Scarmozi from Navarro 4-H.
Well, as we bring these class reps out here in our division drive, I think 6 nice goats for sure. Young lady in the red that has the lightweight class winner. I think that one is very, very high quality. Like him a lot in terms of his general build and his design. He's pretty functional in terms of his skeleton. He's got a big back and a big end. Nice look from the side. Young man's goat that was second in that particular class, maybe the biggest backed one out here. He's really, really massive in terms of his loin and his lower leg. Really powerful, probably not quite as clean and neat, not as good in terms of his build and balance when compared to a super high quality one right ahead of him. Then in class 2, I think a real cool looking one that comes in and wins there. I think that guy is pretty nice in terms of his design for sure. Like his levelness of top line, like his chest floor to flank relationship. I like the way he handles his feet and legs as he goes. And then again, a goat that can back up some of that pretty with lots of power and some shape for sure. A young lady's paint goat that comes in second in that particular class, just massive in terms of his rack. Really like that one right behind his shoulders. As we discussed that one in class, maybe not quite as good over his loin edge when we get off the drive. Maybe one that doesn't keep his body together and his top line together quite as neat as the goat that beats him in that particular class. Then in class 3, I think the goat that comes in and won that one just put the most together in that particular set in terms of muscularity and look as well. And then the young lady's goat that was second, a big-ended one that probably needs to be a little better in terms of his build, but has lots of muscle. So from there, I think we've really got to pay attention and really decide where we want to place our emphasis. I think there's a couple out here that are just the most my kind in terms of the way they're built. I think there's small differences, but in general, a real high-quality division. I'm honestly going to have to take one last look, and then I'll pick your winners. But it's been a good set of goats in this particular weight. Y'all give them a hand as I pick the winners.
Our medium weight division champion goes to Shiloh Purdom from Navarro FFA. And reserve champion of the medium weight division goes to Paisley Inglekey from Navarro 4-H.
Good grief, I missed it.
Next up will be Class 7, which is our first class in our heavyweight division. We have 10 entries, and we'll be placing 8. Our weight break for this class was 101 pounds to 103 pounds. Please remember, if you place with your goat and know that you're going to sell it on Saturday, please take a picture at the backdrop and bring your sale card here to the announcer stand. If you're not sure if you're going to sell your goat on Saturday, please take a picture at the backdrop, and then you can decide what sale card you're turning in after you show all of your projects. At the conclusion of the weather show, we will have showmanship. Showmanship will be shown youngest to oldest. So our juniors will be 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. Intermediates, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And our seniors, 9, 10, 11, and 12th graders. If you have any questions about that, please let us know.
Really good set of goats in this particular set. This goat that wins this deal is absolutely obnoxious in the amount of muscle that he has, and shockingly for as big end as he is very smooth in terms of his pattern. Pretty attractive when we get him on the go. I think if you could criticize that one, maybe like to just elevate him in his chest floor just a scotch, maybe lengthen him out just a bit. That's a pretty minor criticism. The one that packs that much mass and that much muscle and that high quality of a skeleton, and really like this chromed up goat's design just in terms of his center rib. That lays the foundation for a ton of mass up high. And then again, he is absolutely monster ended when you get around behind him. I think that one puts a lot of really, really cool pieces together. That's a super high quality one to win. Young lady's goat that comes in two. I think this guy is rock hard. Love his tone, love his texture. I think he's the one that's pretty fancy when you get him on the move. I like this one walking around quite a bit, just in terms of the way he carries his body and the way he gets going. This one is compared to our class winner, isn't as stout at the surface. He's not as big in his end. He's not as big down his back, but I love the expression of muscle that he has. Really like his athleticism and his elegance through his front 1/3. Young lady's goat that comes third is one that I like a great deal when she has him stuck. Great big muscles, pretty big end. I think you get this guy on motion. I think he wants to come apart just a little bit in terms of his look. He wants to be a little rounder out of his hip, wants to get off just a little bit in his top line as compared to the two that are right above him. That's being really hard on a really high quality one. I think all three of those are goats that go down the road and certainly get the dot if the opportunity presents itself. From there, the young lady's goat that comes fourth is just as stout as many that stand ahead of you, just in terms of foot and bone and mass down this one's back. I think he's really, really big in terms of his loin. He's not as neat put together. He's not as well balanced, probably not as flexible as some that are in class, not as pretty as others. Just doesn't hit me as hard from the outside, but I absolutely love the product that he brings to the table. Young lady's goat that comes fifth is one that's very, very long, level made, attractive from the profile. This one just runs out of gas in a set of just war horses in terms of mass and muscle. He just doesn't have the loin shape needed. He doesn't have the shape in his lower leg. But this one reads with quality, and he reads with some good. Again, just needs a little more to him in order for him to sort up. Young man's goat that comes next is one that wants to get a little plain and flat, both in terms of his rib shape and his outer leg. And then the young lady's one that's next. I think one that I'd like to make leveler out of his hip. I'd like to make him cleaner in his lower third, give him a little more crisp shape up high. Young man's goat that comes next is another one that gets a little flat for me. I'd like to make this one a bit rounder in terms of his rib. I'd like to make him a bit stouter in terms of his rear leg. And then the young man's goats that round out the class. These two, I think, the ones that for me need to be better in their top lines. Goat that just need more shape and muscle. Both of these, I think they just need more power, honestly, when you get right up on top of them in order for them to move up in this set. Good job to all these kids.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from Class 7. Our results are 8th place, Grant Swanson, Navarro FFA. 7th place, Josephine Castillo, Clemens FFA. 6th place, Luke Prohaska, New Berlin 4-H. 5th place, Riley Flippin, Navarro FFA. 4th place, Harper Shaw, New Berlin 4-H. 3rd place, Shiloh Purdom, Navarro FFA. 2nd place, Paisley Engelke, Navarro 4-H. Sorry. And 1st place goes to Trace Guthrie from Marion FFA. Next up will be our Class 8. We have 8 entries. We'll be placing 6. Our weight break for this class was 104 pounds to 107. We'd like to take a moment and recognize our buckle donors. Our champion goat buckle was donated by Teddy and Galen Oslowski and Ernest and Kathy Hartman. Our reserve champion goat buckle was donated by American Manufacturing HDD.
Oh, lots of differences in this class, and depending on where you want to place your emphasis, you sort it differently. I think the young lady at the white sweater there has the one that combines the most good in terms of handle quality and top line and general design. I think that one is adequate in terms of the way he looks from the outside. He's adequate in terms of the muscularity that he has. He's pretty round in his rib, pretty true and square in terms of his feet and legs. If I could change that one, I'd like to stouten him at the surface, then make him more proportional and better balanced from the outside. But again, I think that one has some advantages just in terms of sheer mass and muscle. He's a little bigger ended than the goat that's right ahead of him. He's a little bit bigger rack than the goat that's right ahead of him. And I think those advantages push him to the top. Young lady's goat that comes second, that one's probably the one that's my favorite just in terms of his look from the outside. He's probably the best in terms of his front 1/3. He's certainly the most youthful. But I think his advantage is in there, though. You get around behind this one, I start to question, does he truly have enough? Is he truly powerful enough? I'm not sure that he is. While he's got some freshness and some expression of muscle, I just wish he had a little more mass, especially when I got right behind him. Young lady's goat that comes third has some chunk for sure. He's big topped. He's big ended. Probably one that's a little wastier through his lower body than I'd like to see. Need to trim this one up just a bit. Maybe like to make him a bit better in terms of his design, but that one certainly has the power cards, and I like the power and the stoutness that he offers. From there, the young man's goat that comes fourth is hard handling, but one that wants to get a bit choppy in his skeleton. We'd like to make him better from his chest floor to his chine. That relationship, we'd like to make him stouter in terms of his rear leg. Young lady's goat that's next is one that's very level made, but just runs out of gas when you get behind him. And then the young lady's goat that's next is one that's extra high cut ability, but that almost works to his disadvantage. He just doesn't have enough down his top. He doesn't have enough shape, but again, long and lean. The young lady's goat that's next has big-footed, one that wants to handle pretty plain today. I'd like that one to be a bit leaner and firmer and harder to the touch. The young lady's goat that rounds out the class gets too flat about his body and his outer leg. I'd like to round him up in terms of his rib shape, give him a little more power down his top as well. Another good job done by these kids.
Congratulations to our showman in Class 8. Results from Class 8. Sixth place goes to Sydney Nichols from Zeal 4-H. Fifth place goes to Allison Rosshuber from Navarro FFA. Fourth place goes to Dominique Scarmosi from Navarro 4-H. Third place goes to Faith Forsberg from Clemens 4-H. Second place goes to Tinley Grumbles from Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Scarlett Brinsley from Navarro FFA. Next in the show ring is going to be our final class, Class 9 of our heavyweights. There are 9 entries. We are going to place 7. Our weight break for this class was 108 to 116 pounds. Immediately following this class, we will have a drive to determine our champion and our reserve champion of our heavyweight division. And then we will have our grand champion and reserve grand champion selection. Following our champion and a reserve grand champion selection, we will have showmanship. Showmanship will start with the junior showman, that is 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. Then we will have intermediate showmen, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And then we will conclude with our senior showman, which will be 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. If you place with your goat today and have any consideration of selling it on Saturday, please take a picture at the backdrop.
really good pair that battle it out here in the top end of this thing. And I tell you, these two are no joke. No joke at all. I think that they're both extra good. I think they've got a lot of quality to them both. Obviously, you guys can see that from the outside. They both have a ton of mass. I think this red goat is pretty special in terms of his rib shape. He's pretty special in terms of the way he ties his neck into his shoulder and the way he blends his body when he's stuck. I think that he has the advantage when we get him off to the three-quarter view just for the roundness that he has to his center skeleton. I think he's got some really cool pieces in terms of his front one-third and the way he ties his neck into his shoulder and then blends that into his top line. Really like this one an awful lot when he's stuck. I come in and I touch this one. He is massive behind his shoulder. Love the rib shape that he has. Love the rack shape that he has. Love how lean he is, especially at this weight for sure. You work your way back from there, and I think we start to see some advantages fall to the young lady that comes second. I think the red goat is one that wants to be a little plainer and a little rounder over his loin edges. As massive as he is in his end, he starts to narrow up a little off his back too when he tracks. I'd like to make him more flexible off his back too. Maybe when we track him, I'd like to fill him in his flank just a touch. We get that one stuck. It's hard to paint one prettier than that, though. And you get your hands on him. He is incredible in terms of the shape that he offers there behind his shoulder. So the young lady's goat that comes second, I think this one pushes that class winner incredibly hard. I think that he may be a touch fresher over his loin. He may be a bit deeper over his loin edges. I think the reason for that, or one reason for that, though, he's also a little softer in terms of his condition. He's a little chubbier over his ribs as compared to the one that's right ahead of him. I do think that this one, though, has the advantage in terms of loin edge. I think that this one maybe has the advantage in terms of flexibility off his rear, too. He's certainly leveler in terms of his pin set. So I think there's some big trade-offs between these goats, despite them both being extra high quality. I like both of these a great deal. Both those young ladies did a really good job showing them, and I apologize for taking a long time, but on a pair like that, guys, I get frustrated when guys just want to go fast all the time. Go fast, because it makes them look smarter. They think it does. I'm honest enough to admit I've got to really think about this a little bit, and I know how hard these kids have worked and how long they have worked with these projects to get them this good, and so I'm going to be sure and take my time, make sure I make myself happy in terms of the decision that I make. Great job to both of those kids on two very nice animals. Young lady's goat that comes third is no slouch. I think in comparative terms, this guy just gets a little out-horsed. While he's real good looking, I think that this one hits me pretty hard in terms of his front one-third. He reads with some quality. He just doesn't have the punch. He doesn't have the power, the muscle, the shape that we have in those first two that precede him in class, especially when we get around behind that one. He's just not near as big-ended. He's not near as big in terms of his top end, but that is a really nice one nonetheless. Young lady's goat that comes fourth is one that wants to be a little off in terms of his look from the outside, maybe a little wastier down low, but this guy has a great big loin, pretty big end. Again, we just like to make him a bit better in terms of his build and his balance and his design from the outside, but certainly he's a muscle option in class. Young lady's paint goat that comes next is one that's really big, square-ended, doesn't have as much shape and muscle as the four that beat him in class when I get my hands on him. Young lady's goat that's next is one that wants to be a little flatter about his rib shape, a little plainer in terms of his rear leg. Young lady's goat that's next, we'll wish that this one handled a little bit better. I wish he had more shape and muscle up high. And then the young man's goat that comes next is one that wants to be pretty narrow off his back too. We'd like to expand him in his pin set. We'd like to give that one more fresh shape up high. Young man's goat that rounds out the class has some shape over his rack, but wants to really round over his loin edges, wants to be plainer in his outer leg. We'd like to fix that one a little bit just in terms of center body in order for him to move up. Really good class again. Sorry for taking my time. Let's give these kids a hand.
Next up, we will have our heavyweight class winners come back in the ring. Our results from Class 9. 7th place was Baylin Sanderson from Navarro FFA. 6th place, Layla Sauls from Steel FFA. 5th place, Bella Sanderson from Navarro FFA. Fourth place was Maisie Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. Third place was Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. Second place went to Rayleigh Childs from Kingsbury 4-H. And first place went to Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA. Coming back in the ring for consideration of our heavyweight division champion from Class 7, first place, Trace Guthrie. From Class 8, first place, Scarlett Brinsley. And Class 9, first place, Alexis Guthrie. Also in the ring will be our second place animals. Second place from Class 7 was Paisley Inglekey from Navarro 4-H. Class 8, second place, Tinley Grumbles from Navarro FFA. And Class 9, second place, Rayleigh Childs from Kingsbury 4-H. Directly following this, we will choose our grand champion and reserve grand champion. We'd like to thank our buckle sponsors one more time, and if they have representatives that would like to be here for the presentation, please come to the announcer stand. Our champion goat buckle was donated by Teddy and Galen Oslowski and Ernest and Kathy Hartman. And our reserve grand champion buckle was donated by American Manufacturing HDD.
Oh, here in our heavyweight division, 6 very nice reps for their classes for sure. I think this chromed up goat that comes in and wins the lightest class has some really, really awesome things about him. I think this is perhaps the biggest ended goat out here just in terms of pin width and outside stifle. Maybe not the deepest in terms of his twist, but just in terms of his makeup, I think that may be the biggest ended one we have out here. And I like him an awful lot for his rib shape. I like him an awful lot for his handle quality and the width he has through his center body while still staying smooth about his shoulder. Pretty attractive up through his front end. As I criticized him just a little bit in class, I'm greedy. I kind of want him to have it all, and I wish he was just a scotch taller. I wish he was a scotch longer in terms of his front end as compared to some real freaky pieced ones we have out here. But that thing is very complete, very good in terms of his body, very good in terms of the way he handles the incredible amount of muscle that he has as he gets around the ring. Young Ladies Goethe was second behind that one. Really good in terms of his touch. Very good and fresh in terms of his skin and his hide, and the handle quality that he has is very, very good. Probably not as big in terms of this, not as big at the surface. He's not as big in his end, but still one that really reads high quality when you set him on the go. Then we come to our second class, and I think the Young Ladies Goethe that moved up there was one that just kind of put it together the most in terms of having some quality of handle and a decent look from the outside. I think a goat that had some muscularity and some stoutness to go along with that pretty level look. Then the Young Ladies predominantly white goat that was second in class, the fresher, more youthful option there that probably just runs out of gas when you get around behind him. Then in the heavyweight class, I think this predominantly red goat that comes in here and wins, I think that one's really, really good when you get him stuck. Really like him in terms of his chest floor and his extension through his front 1/3. I think he may be the best out here in the way he blends his neck into his shoulder and his spine from there. You set that one on the go. I wish he was a little wider and truer off his back leg. I wish he was a little more flexible. Maybe picked him up in his pin set just a notch. And as I talked to him in class, if we could drop that one in his flank just a little when he goes, I think he balances up a bit better. That's being really hard on one that's incredible in terms of the cage shape that he has. Really big back. And as we talked that one just a little bit in class, I think maybe age is playing a factor in his loin edge. He's just not quite right there in terms of the squareness and the power that he has as compared to some out here. But he's also really lean, and that may work to his disadvantage. I like one that's so lean, though, for his age and his stage and his weight for sure. Young Ladies Goethe was second behind that red one. I think that one is really big top, really fresh and expressive. I thought he had a little bit of an advantage in terms of the way his rear leg moved. He's a little higher in terms of his pin set. He's a little more flexible off his back, too. He's nice and wide through his chest, maybe not as cool looking from the side as the red one that beats him. Then you get your hands on him, love him in terms of a mass, from a mass standpoint. Maybe one that's a little tackier over his ribs, a little heavier conditioned as compared to his counterpart that beats him in class. Really, really good set here. It's really good, a great division. I think these kids have done a great job. I really appreciate the work that I've seen out of these kids, not only these 6 that are out here, but all the kids in this particular weight division. Real hard for me to make this choice. It's pretty fun when they're this high quality. I'll go out and shake the hands of the kiddos that hold the 2 that I prefer today. Y'all give them a big round of applause.
Champion heavyweight goes to Trace Guthrie from Marion FFA. Reserve champion goes to Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA. We'll get some things settled, and then we will have our overall grand champion and reserve grand champion drive. If you placed with your goat today, please take a picture at the backdrop before you leave. If you have any suspicion that you will be selling the goat on Saturday, please take a picture with your goat before you leave the grounds today. Our champion goat buckle was donated by Teddy and Kaylin Oslowski and Ernest and Kathy Hartman. Our reserve champion goat buckle has been donated by American Manufacturing HDD. And they will be here to present those buckles momentarily. Immediately following our grand champion and reserve grand champion selections, we will start showmanship. Showmanship will start with littles and go to big. We'll start with our juniors, that is 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. Then we will do intermediates, that is 5th, 6th, and 7th grader. No, I said that all wrong. 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And then your senior showmanship is your high schoolers, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. Our showmanship buckles were graciously donated. Our junior goat buckle was donated by Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC, and Heating. Our intermediate showmanship buckle was donated by the Hazy, McCall, and Richardson families. And our senior goat buckle was donated by the Rollo Insurance Company. Coming back in the show ring for consideration for grand champion out of our lightweight division, our reserve champion lightweight goat was exhibited by Evelyn Norman from Navarro 4-H. Our champion lightweight was exhibited by August Inglekey from Navarro 4-H. Out of our middleweight division, our reserve champion middleweight goat was exhibited by Paisley Inglekey from Navarro 4-H. And our champion medium weight, goat was exhibited by Shiloh Purdom from Navarro FFA. And out of our heavyweight division, our reserve champion heavyweight goat was exhibited by Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA. And our champion heavyweight is exhibited by Trace Guthrie from Marion FFA.
As we get out here in the champion drive overall, I just have to say thank y'all for having me back to Sort Your Goats again. It's been a true pleasure, and I've got to see a ton of quality stock for sure. And as I've said before, I believe at this county, y'all just have a great group of kids, and it's obvious they've got a tremendous amount of support behind them. That means so much to me. I love seeing these kids with smiles on their faces, and I know it's also hard for those that don't place as well as they think they should or as they wanted to. I get that. You know, I'm a show dad. I know how much work it takes at the house, and I know that frustration of when you've worked your tail absolutely off and it doesn't quite work out the way you want it to. I've seen that, and I'll tell you, it'll make you stronger because you're going to go on through life and you're not always going to have everything go exactly your way. And unfortunately, the reality is a lot of times in life you're going to get knocked down, and it's the way that you react to those situations that really define you as a person. So be sure that you take advantage of those opportunities to be the bigger person, to be the better person, and learn when things don't go exactly your way. Make sure that you leave thankful, because I guarantee you guys, whether you were last, whether you were first, there's other things that your parents could have done with the money that they have spent on these projects. There's certainly other things that these parents could have done with the time that they've spent with you on these projects. And I hope that you guys don't take for granted the opportunity that you've had to get to go out there with your parents and with your siblings and get to work these animals and get to spend quality time at the house. And I know that quality time at the house, at least at our house, may be some frustrating times as well. There may be some tears, there may be some aggravation, but putting it together as a family, I think, is a huge, huge deal. And I think that you guys hopefully take away some really high quality aspects of your life from that. And I hope you don't take that time that you get to spend with your loved ones for granted, because you're not always going to get that, okay? You're not always going to have that chance to be with those people. So don't take that for granted. Love on those people that help you out in this deal, because they certainly deserve it. And if you do this deal the right way, you'll be blessed. I don't think there's a better way to raise your kids outside of church itself other than right here in a barn working with livestock and working with their siblings and really putting that team effort in together with your family. That's a really big deal to me. I hope that the good Lord blesses every kid that showed today. Y'all give every kid that showed a big hand, please. In terms of the stock that we have out here in the champion drive, this paint goat that wins the lightweight division is really good in his body. I think he's big caged. I think he's big ended. I think he's got lots of muscle to go along with a pretty attractive look from the outside. As we talked to him in division and in class, kind of an ugly headed one, but at that, so am I, and I still get to do a few things. So that guy has a lot of good going for him just in terms of his center shape. He's got lots of things going for him in terms of the way he handles. I think that he's got lots of flexibility in terms of his feet and legs. He just puts it together in a really nice meat animal focus type package to win that division. Young lady's second or reserve behind him. I thought that one kind of corrected our division winner in that he's longer and more extended up to his front end, smoother at the point of his shoulder. In comparative terms, not as big down his back, not as big ended, but really one that's attractive and well built from the side. Then we come into Division 2. I thought that the one that wins there is really cool looking from the profile. I think that guy's really level down his top and reads with a lot of quality as he gets around the ring. Get your hands on him. He's no slouch. He's big racked and big muscled over his loin. You get around behind him, he's got some shape there for sure. Young lady's goat that comes in reserve in that division. I think another one that just reads with a ton of quality about his center body. He's soft in his flank. He's big in terms of his upper hip, wide through his chest. I think that's another one that has so much good to him just in terms of his general build and design. Then you come into your heavyweights, and I think that these two are really impressive. I think the young man's kind of roaned up or chromed up goat that comes in here and wins, really unique in terms of the amount of shape he has at his outside leg. He's really massive in terms of his hip and hind leg without causing a roughness about his top. I think he's really smooth in terms of his pattern. Really good looking when we get him stuck. I think the young lady's red goat that's second behind him, ultra impressive through his front 1/3 and in his cage. I think that there's some trade-offs between those two. I think the young man's black-headed goat, probably the one that hits me a little harder today in terms of the way he's putting things together, in terms of his hip and hind leg and the way he carries that. I think he's got the advantage in terms of flexibility off his rear skeleton today. I think the young lady's red goat is the one that I really like when he's stuck for his length of an extension through his front 1/3, that crazy shape he has to his upper rib, that really cool design and that really good look from the outside. Again, trade-offs. I like the red one better stuck. I like the roaned up one better on the move. Really good set again. I think 6 really nice goats. I think there's a couple out here that are flat gangster. I'll shake the hands of the kids that hold those 2.
Congratulations to our grand champion of the 2026 Market Goat Show at Guadalupe County, Trace Guthrie from Marion FFA. Reserve champion goes to Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA. Presenting those buckles to the champion goat exhibitor is Miss Galen Oslowski, Ernest, and Kathy Hartman. And presenting the buckle to the reserve grand champion goat exhibitor from American Manufacturing HDD, Preston will be presenting that buckle. Showmanship will begin in about 5 minutes. We're going to start with our junior showmen, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. We will now begin showmanship with our junior showmen. This is third, fourth, and fifth graders. If you have an intermediate, a sixth, seventh, or eighth grader, please be getting ready. Our junior showmanship buckle was donated by Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC, and Heating. Mr. Joel Frederick.
Big Daddy.
Well, here in your junior showmanship, you've got a bunch of kids that are doing a really good job. You guys have a bright future. Y'all show is going to be tough for years and years and years with kids of this quality. Lots of good showmanship basics taken care of, but then at the same time, there's a bunch of these little guys that can flat get it done and take it a step further than the basics and really get these animals shown. I think they're doing a real good job. And I'll tell y'all, I do showmanship maybe a little bit differently than some people. I'm not as focused on if the kid makes a specific kind of mistake, if they do a little side switch wrong, or if they do get off to the wrong side, or a foot or a leg's messed up. I'm a little more concerned with how they get it done. Okay, I want them to be able to show those animals in the real world, out there in the classes where it matters, where they're really getting those animals stuck. I want them to be driven hard. I want them to look good from the side and things of that nature. And I'm honestly more concerned with that than the switching sides and having the legs exactly perfect. It's more important to me that they make them look right. It's more important to me that they handle right. And a bunch of these kids are doing that out here. I think that these kids ought to be commended for sure for the amount of work and effort that they're putting in. Just in terms of what I'm seeing on an individual basis, we've got Lily to my far left here. Lily, you're doing a good job with a big stout goat that's got a lot of size to him. You're getting his head cranked up in the air, and I like that a lot, okay? We really want their heads right up on top of the shoulders. Most of the time, his feet and legs are pretty square and true. That's definitely a good thing, and you've got real good eye contact with me. And make sure that you get around in front of that one, maybe pop his chest and get him to really engage and drive forward into you so I get a good handle, okay? That'd be something I'd work on for you just a little bit. Evelyn's the young lady here in the black, and Evelyn's doing a real good job of making this one real firm to the touch when I go in and get my hands on this doe. Typically, you get that one's head way up in the air. Most of the time, you take a real good care in terms of their extension. You get them literally looking right from the outside. Very complete showmanship job done by this young lady. I would say, if anything, one thing you might work on is just making sure those rascals will go for you. Even a great big doe like that, make sure she'll keep her head way up in the air when you go, and make sure that she'll move out for you each and every time. Again, this is a young lady I think that just does a super good job of completeness in terms of me rarely getting a bad look of her entry. August is the young man that's next there in the blue. August, you're doing a good job of getting that one rock solid when I come touch him. That's a big deal for me. Like your hand placement on that goat's head. I like the way that you get that one extended most of the time. I would say let's make sure that we don't get him overextended. Let's make sure that we get him just right in terms of that extension. But I like the way that you drive him. I like the way you get his head cranked up. Let's make sure that he'll lead out every time for you, and just keep doing what you're doing, because you're putting it together in a really good package. Just remember that I'm not only looking right now, I may be looking when I'm down here, or I'm down here. It's hurting suddenly. So you've got to really get those guys to just stand the whole time, okay? Just don't let them fidget around. Very good job done by August. Tinley's the young lady with the striped shirt here. Tinley, I would say for you, real good eye contact with me, and you typically get that goat cranked way up. In terms of his front end, I like that. Let's just make sure and keep his head right on top of his shoulders, and let's get his front legs square and true as often as we can. I really like to see those front legs nice and wide. I like to see them with the right amount of extension. Don't get him too far extended, okay? Sometimes you want to get that one to go a little too far in terms of extension, and it makes him look a little bit like he's flying, okay? Let's make sure that we get those front legs straight up and down. Don't get him overextended, but man, most of the time you get him pretty cranked up in terms of his front end. You get his top line pretty level. All definitely good things for you. Hadley's the young lady next in the black. Hadley, you're a young lady with a lot of ring presence, okay? You do a real good job of making sure that I notice your animal when you come in the ring. I'm really a stickler for the way that these kids move those animals when they come in the ring, and the way that they carry those heads and necks. And if I get a good look that first 20, 25 seconds when they come in the ring, that typically matters a lot in a class. If I see that one's good in terms of their front end, handle their feet and legs well when they're really moving out, that works to your advantage, and I think you do a really good job of taking care of that. I like how you always keep that one's top line really level. Feet and legs are square, and again, that goes really hard when I come in and touch him. So this is another exhibitor out here that's really putting it together in a very nice package. Taos is the young man that's in the black. It's next. Taos, man, I believe he told me he was 8, so he's the youngest one out here. I would guess that you're probably the lightest weight exhibitor too. So, man, I think you're doing a great job. You're another exhibitor that I would never hesitate to hand one that I'd raise because you drive them so hard. You typically get their feet and legs pretty well right. That guy's not wanting to help you much today. Your teammates wanting to bounce around a little bit. But I think in terms of general showmanship basics, I think you've got it down. I love how you get his head cranked. I love how hard he is when I come in and touch him. I would say just work on making sure that guy will stay true and square in terms of being in line. Make sure that you get him. Make sure that you get his head up and get him as good looking as you can at all times. And I think you'll be in business. I think that's a young man that's got a super bright future. Harper's the young lady here on my far right. Harper, I would say for you that most of the time that one is real hard and firm when I come touch him. You get him to drive really well. Sometimes he wants to bounce around a little bit. Let's work on making sure that he'll plant in terms of his feet and legs, and he'll drive, and then he'll just stay still, okay? Sometimes that guy wants to suck backwards on you a little bit. Make sure that you push into him, and then make sure you can get his top down, make him look leveler from the side. But real good job of eye contact with me, and I really appreciate your willingness to come in here and be the first one in the ring and move them around for us today. Super set of little kids out here that are just working their tails off. I really appreciate the effort that they put in. If you do too, y'all give them a big hand. I only get to pick one, and that's hard in a deal this tough. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion junior, but my goodness, you just know that if you didn't win this deal, that does not mean you're not good at showmanship. You guys are all pushing each other exceptionally hard. What a pleasure to see young kids that have such a bright future. I'll pick your winner.
Our champion junior showman goes to Hadley Prohaska from New Berlin 4-H. Presenting that buckle is Joel Frederick from Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC and Heating. Next in the ring will be our intermediate showmanship. This is our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And the intermediate goat showmanship buckle has been donated by the Hazy, McCall, and Richardson families.
Once again, a real solid, real competitive group. James is the young man to my far left. I think, James, for you, one thing that I would say is let's get that goat squared up and just get his head right up on top of his shoulders. Get that guy to engage a little more, meaning that he's got to flex, okay? Just like you, when you flex your arm, you've got a big, hard muscle in terms of your bicep, but when you're not flexed, it's not as firm and big. Same deal. We want those goats to flex down their top so they feel like they have more shape. So that's real important that he'll drive for you, okay? But good job in terms of eye contact. Most of the time, feet and legs are pretty good. Let's just get him to drive hard and get that top down a little bit. That'll give me a better overall view of that guy, especially when we're off here to the side. Nice job. Paisley's the young lady in the red here next. Paisley, you really get that thing cranked up. I like that. He's always real firm to the touch. Don't be afraid to go a little faster when you're moving him out, okay? Don't be afraid to set him a little wider off his back, too, and take advantage of the width that guy has through his center body. But real good job in terms of just getting that one really looking sharp from the outside and really making him feel nice when I come in for close inspection. You're a young lady that's very intense, and I like that. Make sure I notice your animal for the right reasons. Olivia is a young lady next with the striped shirt. Olivia, I would say for you, typically you get that guy pretty extended. You typically get his head up on top of his shoulders pretty well. Let's get that one to drive into you a little harder, okay? I'd like to feel him a little firmer and harder down his back. I want him to engage in terms of his toes and really drive into you a little bit and get that pop that I'm looking for down the top side of his skeleton. Blake, I'd say for you, you're one that really likes to crank that one. It's nose way up in the air, and I like that you get his head on top of his shoulders, but I'd also like to see you let his nose come down, okay? So I like where his head's at, but I want his nose to come down a little bit. That'll make him look better in his top line, and don't be afraid to pop his chest and just square him up every now and then. That'll make me like that chest floor a little better when I'm off to that three-quarter view, okay? Let's work on that just a little bit. Scarlett's the young lady that's next. Scarlett, I would say for you, you obviously you're one of the taller ones out here, and you still do a good job for a young lady that's got some height for sure. And I know about that. It's a little harder when you're a little taller. Of course, you're nowhere near as tall as me, but it's not as easy when these goats are pretty small to make them look good. And you typically get that one real good and level down his top. I like that a lot. Typically, he's driving pretty hard. I would say that your teammate wants to dance around a little bit on his back legs, okay? He wants to move back and forth. He's got to have the patience to just stand there and let's get a little more width out of his back end and really drive when I come around the backside so I can see that pop in his outer stifle and that expression in his leg. And I think that would make that one look better, especially when I get around behind him. But real good job of eye contact, real good job of posture and the way you get that one's head set. And typically he'll move out pretty well for you as well. Maisie's the young lady here in the purple that comes next. I'd say, Maisie, for you, typically you drive that one super well when I come in and touch him. I like your general showmanship style a lot. You're another young lady that's really intense. Really makes me wonder, man, I need to place this goat way on up in the class because this young lady knows what she's doing. And I love that. I love that intensity. I love how hard he is when I come in and touch him. Don't be afraid to get an extra bit of length of body out of that one. Pop his chest every now and then. Really show off that great front end that goat has, and that'll make him look even better from profile. Luke's the young man that's next, man. I would say for you, typically this one is driven plenty hard. I love that way that this one handles, and he has that advantage. He's big, hard-topped one that's got lots of muscularity there. Every now and then, let's make sure that this guy's right in his top line, okay? He wants to get a little easy behind his shoulders. He wants to start sucking back on you a little bit. Let's make sure that he engages. If you need to reach down and scratch his belly to get his top line right, don't be afraid to do that. But I love how square you get his feet. I love how hard you drive him for sure. Emma's the young lady on the far right here. I would say for you, let's make sure that we get that goat's nose in line with his spine. Make sure that he's willing to stand for an extended period of time. Let's make sure that guy will always handle rock solid when I come in and touch him. And then let's make sure he's another one that wants to dance around on his back feet a little. Let's just make sure that he's willing to get true and square and then just stand for an extended period of time. Again, really competitive set out here. There's several of these kids that are just doing a flat bang-up job. I'm real proud of this group. Y'all give them a hand, and I'll pick you a winner.
Intermediate goat showmanship is won by Maisie Bierstead. New Berlin 4-H. From New Berlin 4-H. This buckle is presented by the Hazy, McCall, and Richardson families. Next up in the ring is our senior showmanship. These are our high schoolers, 9th through 12th grade. And our senior showmanship buckle was donated by Rollo Insurance. As a final reminder, please make sure if you place for the goat today and have any inclination that you'll be selling it on Saturday, that you take a picture with that goat today. And if you know that you're selling your goat, please turn in your sale card today.
I can tell y'all one thing. A really good set of young ladies that are just doing a great job. And I don't know if y'all ban the boys or if they're just scared of the girls or what, but I'd be scared of them too. This is a really, really good set of senior showmen that are just doing an excellent job and making my job quite difficult, honestly. I've had to take some time here. I've had to really work these kids. I see some differences out here for sure. I see some kids that put it all together. I see some kids that are right on the edge of putting it all together. I see a lot of high-quality young people, most of all. I think y'all ought to be really proud of this group of seniors. And as I look at these kids and these young ladies, and I know the great adults that they're going to be, I will tell you, young ladies, just keep doing what you're doing in terms of showmanship. Get better if you can, but in terms of just being people, I hope that you guys recognize that you're of the age and stage that there's a lot of little kids that probably look up to you, and not just when you're out here in the ring. They may not just be watching you out here, but they're also watching you when you're at the football game or at church or at school, and they're paying attention to the way that you treat other people. They're paying attention to the language that you use when you address your elders. They're paying attention to your attitude in general. And so if you would do me a big favor and set a really great example, because I know you can, and if you'll do that and be that great example, be as good a person as you can possibly be, you'll be blessed for that for sure. And I think that this young set of young ladies no doubt will check that box. And I think that's more important than any showmanship lesson that we can give out here. And in terms of the kids out here, individually, what I'm seeing, I think I see some really neat things. Okay, Stacen's the young lady to my far left. I'd say Stacen, you've pretty much got them stuck all day. Okay, most of the time those things are really good in terms of their top line. Most of the time they're really hard handling when I come touch them. Right now, you don't have that one quite right in his front end, okay? Make sure that you square him up in terms of his front end. But most of the time, those things are really pretty from the side and really well handle really well because you drive them really hard. I think you're a young lady that's got a lot of ring presence. You certainly come out here and you've got good eye contact with me and you take care of the basics very well. And then you go a step further and you make them look cool from the side. So kudos for you for the overall job you've done. I think you're out here and you're doing a really good job and pushing some of these others around you really hard. Alexis is the young lady here in the turquoise top shirt that's next. I'd say you're doing a really good job of getting that one, making that one look right from the outside. You set his feet and legs right. You take advantage of the muscularity that he has. You try to show some things out of him that you can. I think you take it, past the basics and really elevate the game out here just in terms of the showmanship ability that you put together in a final package. I think you're certainly one to watch. And Grace is the young lady that's next with this kind of black-headed goat. Grace, for you, I would say, real good job of eye contact with me. Good job of leaving some space around you in the ring. So if something happens, you can move around, being ring aware. I would say let's get that one to engage a little harder. I've talked about that a lot today, that you're at a little bit of a disadvantage when those goats won't just drive hard into you. Okay, that's a big part of this game is muscularity. And if you can hide some of the flaws that your goat has by driving them real hard, I think that'll help your overall showmanship package a little bit. Layla's the young lady that's next in the stripes. I would say, Layla, for you, that goat is fighting you just a little bit in terms of feet and legs. You got to be able to just get them to stand for an extended period of time. And so that's your teammate a little more than you today. He's wanting to dance around a little bit. Let's get that head cranked up on top of his shoulders, get him to drive back into you, and I think you'll be in business in terms of the overall package that you're bringing to the table. Tessa's the young lady that's next with the bright pink shirt. I would say, Tessa, for you, let's take care of chest floor as well as back end, okay? Let's make sure that I get them as wide as you can without their being way outside their body in terms of their front legs, because don't forget that I'm always evaluating their chest floors. Even if I'm behind them and I can see those front legs are stuck together, that's a notch against you, okay? I want to see them true and wide through their chest. I judge a lot of these things based on how wide they are from their chest and then work my way back. So that's an important thing for me. Sydney's the young lady that's next here in the blue. Sydney, you do a good job of making that one pretty level down his top. I would say don't let him hyperextend his back leg, okay? Sometimes he wants to get a little too far out there, makes him look a little plainer in his muscle shape in his hip and hind leg. That'd be one thing that you could do, get him gathered up just a little harder, make sure he engages and pops that leg back into place. And I like the way that you got his head cranked up, though. Like your eye contact with me, and I like the general way you get that one to move around the ring. Rayleigh's the young lady next here in the yellow sweater. Rayleigh, you're doing a real good job in general. This is another young lady that's just had them stuck hard all day. I love the way that this one touches, and she really does a good job of showing off that muscularity. I like how you pop his chest, get him square anytime he gets off there. Like the way that one engages in terms of his rear leg and his top. Like the way that you make him look well balanced from the outside. You're another young lady that I've really got to watch out here because you're just putting it all together in a really sharp package. Brooks, the young lady that's next. Brooke, I would say for you, really good job of feet and leg placement. That one's always nice and wide. You always get his head cranked up. I would say in terms of that one's top line, let's work on making sure he gets his loin down. Sometimes he wants to come up in his loin just a little bit. If we can work his loin down, make him look better in terms of his top line from the outside, that would give me a better profile shot when I stand off away from him. That's being pretty nitpicky on a young lady that does a really good job and takes care of all the basics real well. I've had trouble with this young lady's name all day. Brindley? I got it. Hallelujah. That one was hard for me. This young lady is a hammer. I think she really sticks them hard. I love how they're always touching firm when I come in and handle them. I like how you get that one nice and wide off both ends of his skeleton. You fix him up square and true as soon as he gets off on you. You take care of his top line real well. He moves real good for you, too. You're another young lady that's really intense and really aware of your surroundings in the ring, putting it together in a real cool package. Ava's the young lady that's next here in the turquoise. Ava is another one that's just done a flat, really good job all day in terms of taking care of business, feet and legs wise. Your goats will always move out for you. I really appreciate the way you carry their heads and their necks, the way you really show off that extension that they have through their front end. Sometimes your teammate wants to dance around a little bit. She doesn't want to help you out as much as she could, but you're one of those that can flat get it done and get her back square and going as quick as you can and have a lot going for you as well in terms of the general showmanship package that you put together for me. Allie, is that right? Allie, that's next. Allie, I would say for you, a really good job in terms of top line, especially right now. That one really looks the part from the outside. Occasionally, he is wanting to do this. He's wanting to move around on his back legs a little bit, and you fight it, and you get him square, and you get him back. But just know that there's others out here that are getting them stuck. And, I look over here, and I look back, and I happen to see him wrong just once or twice. Little things like that hurt you in a showmanship that's as tough as this. But I love the way you get his head cranked up. I love the way you take care of length of body most of the time in his top line. I'd say you're another one, though. I could use just an extra scotch of drive from that one. Get him to push into you just a little harder. And I think that would do better for me when I come in for close inspection and get a handle on that one. Riley? Riley's the young lady next in the purple. Riley, you're another one that's pretty intense, and I like that. I like that drive and that make me look at your goat for the right reasons. You do a real good job of that. I think that one's typically driven really firmly. I think you do a good job of being very complete in terms of your showmanship package. Most of the time, those things are real sound in terms of feet and leg placement. They're really good in terms of the way they look from the outside. I think you're another one of those real complete showmen out here that are really pushing hard for this deal. And then Izzy's the young lady to my far right. Izzy, you're doing a good job of getting that head up and elevated right up on top of his shoulders. Typically, that goat does engage a little bit. I'd say work on getting his top down just a little bit. He wants to come up in his spine just a little bit. If you'll do that, that one will balance out better from the profile when I get way off away from him. Really good set of senior young ladies that I think are just going to go on and just be great individuals. Real proud of these kids. I'm going to have to work them a little harder to find your absolute winner, but y'all put your hands together. Thank them for all their effort. Once again, before I pick your winner in the senior showmanship, thank you all so much for having me. It's been a blessing to get to interact with such a high quality group of young people showing good stock for sure. I hope the good Lord blesses all of you, keeps you safe, and I think that this is just a great county with so much potential, so much good. I think that these kids are just awesome. It's been my pleasure and my honor to sort through them. I'll pick you a winner, and y'all be safe going home. Appreciate the chance.
Our senior showmanship winner goes to Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA. The senior buckle is being presented by Rollo Insurance. We appreciate everybody for coming, and thank you so much, Jess, for coming and judging our show. If you have your sale cards, please turn them in. Please make sure you take your backdrop pictures before you go. As a courtesy to the youth show board, please be out of the barn by 5 p.m.